For 20 years, East Alabama's sports talk leader.
Swing and drive. Johnson right.
Sportscall.
Oh, what a dunk.
Call in now at 887-3401-LOCAL. Or 1-888-9-TIGER-9 toll free.
Struck him out.
And now, coming to you live from the loveliest village on the plains. Sportscall.
Hello again, everyone, and good Thursday afternoon. Welcome into the latest edition of Sports Call. I am Andy Graham alongside Randy Lee. We'll be with you for the next 2 hours, taking your phone calls at 1-888-9-TIGER-9 toll-free or locally at 334-887-3401 on the AO Tourism Hotline. We appreciate so much all of you out there joining us today, whether that be on 93.9 The Tiger or sportscallauburn.com via the internet. We appreciate so much you giving us your attention, and we'd love to hear from you. So give us a call. Let us know what you'd like to talk about today, or just comment on any of the things that we have, subjects that we bring up. We'd love to hear from you. You're such a big part of this program, and we appreciate so much each and every day all of our callers out there. Sports Call today is brought to you by Home Place Mortgage. Home Place Mortgage of Auburn and Lake Martin, the region's best mortgage professionals and rates for all new home or refinancing mortgage services. Come to the right place. Home Place Mortgage of Auburn and Lake Martin. Check them out at homeplacemtg.com. Auburn hires its secondary coach under the leadership of Kevin Steele now. Wesley McGriff comes over from the NFL ranks. He was with the Saints in New Orleans. He has previously been at Ole Miss, Vanderbilt, Miami Hurricanes back several years ago. So Wesley McGriff now takes over the secondary as T-Rob departs to go to South Carolina with Coach Muschamp. It'll be interesting to see. You know, I don't know a lot about him. I know this name has been floated around for a while now and has been a name that people have been talking about taking this job. So we'll have to wait and see. Jason Caldwell should join us at 4:30. We'll get his take on him and get certainly some more information about Wesley McGriff, the newest member of the Auburn coaching staff. Carl Lawson announces that he is coming back. A lot of misinformation out there earlier around the bowl game that he might be headed to the NFL. Well, he announces that he's coming back, and he does it in style on Twitter in a very unique way. He posts some pictures of the Wolf of Wall Street in a very famous scene where he basically, Leonardo DiCaprio says, "I'm not going anywhere." So he's back for the 2016 season, and that may be one of the biggest recruits that Auburn has coming back. So that was great news to hear. Sean Coleman, on the other hand, he will pursue an NFL career, so he is headed to the draft. Don't know yet about Montravius Adams, or at least as far as coming into this show, I hadn't heard any information yet. If you heard anything out there, be sure to give us a call. Montravius Adams, Avery Young, possibly Rudy Ford, who knows? But those three guys were still kind of waiting on something to hear back from them. The Auburn women head to Starkville tonight to take on their second top 10 program in a row. They actually defeated the Kentucky Wildcats in Auburn the other night, 66-61. Now they'll take on number 6 or 7 ranked, depending on which service you're looking at, the Mississippi State Bulldogs. So 2 back-to-back teams in the top 10 for the Lady Tigers tonight as they head out on the road. They're 11-3, got off to a tremendous start here. So Coach Flournoy getting it done this year. Hopefully this is a matchup of the two leading scorers in the SEC, as Brandy Montgomery leads the SEC in scoring at about 18.4 points per game. It'll be interesting to see how Auburn can handle this task. Hugh Freeze gets another raise. He's a top 3 paid coach in the SEC now, top 10 nationally. A couple of years ago, would you have thought that would have been the case? Hugh Freeze, one of the highest paid in the SEC now. Noel Mazzoni looks to head to Texas A&M to take over for Jake Spavital as the offensive coordinator. Of course, a lot of you remember Noel Mazzoni, Auburn offensive coordinator back in the beginning of the Tuberville years, from 1999 to 01, when he was dismissed after that season. But I don't really have a lot of fond memories of Noel Mazzoni, to be quite honest with you. But a lot of people seem to think he's a really good coach. I might not be in that category, but to each his own. 2016 Major League Baseball Hall of Fame inductees, or at least the ballots are in. 2 entries this year, Ken Griffey Jr. and Mike Piazza. We were talking about before the show, Ken Griffey Jr., that's our generation. We grew up watching him. He's probably close to, I guess he's about our age. He just a pretty complete 5-tool if there's ever been one. A shame that with so many injuries, his time in Seattle was just phenomenal. He makes history as he is 99.3% of the vote, the highest since Tom Seaver in 1992, I believe. So congratulations to those 2 guys. We'll talk about the guys that didn't get in as the voting has kind of changed this year, 109 votes less than there were last year. Some of the older guys that had a vote that are no longer active covering baseball, they no longer have a vote. So you saw some pretty interesting rises in some of the percentages of these players, and maybe we'll talk about that as we move forward. Again, I said Jason Caldwell will join us at 4:30 this afternoon, but we'll start off the show with, whatever you want to talk about.
There's plenty to talk about, Andy, and we'll take your phone calls, 888-9-TIGER-9. Andy, I'm thrilled to be up here. The question of the day that I had that I brought into you, so look, we're at water cooler talk at this point in time, and we're not going to sit up here and break down the national championship game because I may puke crimson on this table after a while. We will talk a little bit about it, but it did bring up with Hugh Freeze getting that huge raise. And with Dabo Swinney doing what he's done at Clemson in not only this year, this has been coming. This has been 5+ years that they've won 10+ ball games in a row. So this has been coming for a while, and recruiting rankings are no lie either because they've been right there in the top 5 pretty much that entire duration of time, haven't they, Andy?
I believe so.
My question of the day, I'll bring it up to you, and I'll let you tell it back to me, and maybe we'll go into programs, and you can go back home tonight and do some research and come back with some more tomorrow. But for the fan base out there, who's top 5 coaches you see right now? Who do you think is Hugh Freeze? And where is Hugh Freeze on that list, Andy? Because what he's doing at Ole Miss, now he hasn't won a SEC title, so that keeps him off the list. But nonetheless, this is a solid program that's winning a lot of ball games each and every year. So you're in a tough West that he's having to build it in.
Absolutely, and you start thinking about what he inherited. Ole Miss was at the bottom. What, they win 2 games, something like that, in Orgeron's last year?
It was awful.
I mean, it was awful. He's built it from scratch, and it's taken him a little time, and they've made some steady step upward. But you start from what he inherited, and then last year Ole Miss is ranked, in the top 1 or 2 in the country. They get up there close. This year they beat Alabama 2 years in a row now. If not for a bizarrely fluky play against Arkansas, where I guess it was Hunter Henry just tosses the ball indiscriminately backwards in overtime to nobody in particular, and it happens to bounce to Collins, who runs for a first down. They're in Atlanta, and Alabama's home right now. I don't know what Ole Miss would have done. I don't know Ole Miss would have beaten Florida, I believe, even though Florida beat their brains in earlier in the year. I have a feeling Ole Miss would have won that rematch and would have ended up in the playoff. Now, what would they have done with Michigan State? I don't know. They might have gotten beat, but they would have been in Atlanta playing for the SEC title if not for that play. I mean, think about that for a minute. You talk about how weird, some bounces are, and you think about Alabama and some of the plays that have gotten them into championship games. I mean,
go back 2010 for Auburn. I mean, it was an entire year of plays like that, but you're good enough to put yourself in position to make those plays. And my point going back to Hugh Freeze is he keeps having his team in position. They haven't gotten over the hump. But as a program, Andy, some years they go your way, others they don't. There's only so many 2013s each of our programs are going to have. 2013 was exceptional. We'll always go back to that one. 10 as well. You just don't get those. But nonetheless, every year now, it feels like Ole Miss, if things go their way, they could win the West, and they could go and represent. 2 years back-to-back, they've been able to defeat Alabama in the regular seasons. That's something to say in itself of what he's built with this program. So, again, our question of the day, Top 5 coaches right now that you see out there. Now, you can spin it. How would you build a program around one? I don't know if you'd build a program around Saban right now. I mean, of course, you'd probably put him at the top. I'm not going to say that. But nonetheless, how long are you going to keep him? So you can put him in the list. We're not taking him out of the list by no stretch. But he and Urban Meyer would probably be right there at the top. But after that, Andy, it becomes what do you think? And Dabo Swinney is running up the list right now, in my opinion.
Yeah, and by the way, Ole Miss's recruiting class right now, number 2 in the country. So you talk about top 5 coaches, just right off the top of my head, you know, I would say Saban, Urban Meyer, D'Antonio, and I had to – Dabo's probably number 5 on that list. I'm not sure who's number 4, though. I had to think about that a little bit more, but those 4 guys just jump off the page right now, and, you know, you look at what they've done in the last several years, and their programs are just and like you say, I mean, every year you look up and they're in the playoffs or they're winning a bowl game, winning 10, 11 games, and their recruiting classes are ranked in the top 5, the top 10, top 8, whatever. So, you know, you're projecting forward that it's only going to get better from here.
I think Stanford's program too. It's hard to keep them off the list too, Andy.
That may be number 4. There you go. David Shaw. He's done a phenomenal job because I'll be the first to admit when Harbaugh left to go to the NFL, I thought Stanford would hit rock bottom.
I did too.
And he has taken them further. And it's weird. I mean, you just don't expect a Pac-12 team to play with the brutality that Stanford does, and they do it well.
They do it well. I'd put Bob Stoops on the list, and I think Jim Harbaugh is going to be on there. What I saw in the bowl game.
They're 5-10 now, though, for me.
Michigan's coming, and you can write it down. That conference, Franklin, I don't know if he may get Penn State over the hump, but right now, competing with those 2 monsters, I'm not sure that I would consider Franklin ever going to take over what you're seeing Urban Meyer do, depending on how long he's there and what you've been able to see Harbaugh put together. The writing's on the wall with Michigan. Once he gets the talent in there in place, and if he stays the duration, maybe a 10-year span there at Michigan, they're going to win theirs also.
Yeah, I think that's true. There's some guys, if Chip Kelly comes back to college.
Agree.
I mean, he's certainly in there in that mix somewhere, and it doesn't matter where he lands.
I know that you can put different names in there each and every year. And in 2013, we'd have had Gus Malzahn right there at the top. So I get it. But you've got to be able to sustain. You've got to be able to prove what Dabo has proven to me. He hasn't won a national championship yet, but every year he's in the hunt. And you get over the hump after a while when every year you're in the hunt. When you're sitting in our shoes as Auburn fan, we have proven, and I'm going to use my good friend Brett Pritchard, we have proven when the stars align that Auburn is a program you can win national championship at. That is what we've proven. We haven't proven we can sustain it at all since really the 80s, I would say. And Tuberville had his nice stretch also. But sustainability has not been what we've been able to find in a coach. I mean, top-notch SEC championship caliber team for an extended period of time. And right now, Dabo Swinney's proven that in the ACC with Clemson.
No argument. 80, what is it, 88, 89? I mean, it's been a while. Those 10 wins back-to-back years, for whatever reason, it has eluded Auburn. And I think we've all tried to figure it out. We've all got our opinions about why it's happened or hasn't happened for Auburn. I went back and looked at every time we had a chance to continue it on, and it just seems like there's always something. I mean, or we have a great quarterback and graduates, and we just cannot. It's the beginning part, freshman or that sophomore quarterback that will stick around. He does. He's no good until he's a senior. He's great. It's a Jason Campbell scenario. So, it just seems like it's always something. And we, for whatever reason, nobody's been able to figure it out yet. But I think you have to have patience. You have to stick with the guy. And certainly continuity in the coaching staff will help with that.
888-9 Tiger 9 334-887-3401. Top 5 coaches, college football is kind of what we're talking about. The reason we're bringing him up, Dabo Swinney, is he's running up the list, and Hugh Freeze getting the huge contract extension and raise in pay, and what he's built there at Ole Miss, currently number 2 in recruiting rankings. We'll have Jason Caldwell on at 4:30. Maybe he can give us some insight not only on Auburn's football team with the new hire. Andy, your thoughts on the new hire there at Auburn?
I think I don't know a lot about him yet. I mean, if a guy, I think he was voted the coach of the year in a Division II years ago. But it doesn't matter what division you're in. If you're in high school, I mean, if you're doing a good job, people notice you're getting an award. That means you. And also, this guy started out at very small and has worked his way up to an NFL job. So that means, and he's done it over a period of years. So that tells me that he knows something about hard work. He knows how to climb the ladder. He knows what it takes to be successful. And, what's his ceiling? I don't know. It seems like some guys just don't seem like they have one. They just keep getting better and better. So I hope he's one of those guys. And what kind of a recruiter is he? I don't know. You don't get to be and stay in the NFL as a position coach if you don't know X's and O's. So I'm sure he knows X's and O's, but that's kind of what I want to know. Maybe Jason can tell us what kind of guy is he?
888-9 Tiger 9 334-887-3401. Just getting started. We've got one guest this afternoon, but the phone lines will be open. So get your phone calls in here today on the Thursday Sports Call.
Absolutely. Up against the break, but don't go anywhere. More Sports Call presented by Home Place Mortgage is on the way. back, everyone, to the Thursday edition of Sports Call. I am Andy Graham alongside Randy Lee. We'll be with you for another hour and 40 minutes, taking your phone calls at 1-888-9-TIGER-9 toll-free or locally at 334-887-3401 on the AO Tourism Hotline. Love to hear from you. Get your thoughts. Question of the day, who are the top 5 coaches in college football right now, or who are the top 5 programs in college football right now? Because there are a lot of good ones out there, and there are a lot of bad ones out there, and a lot of, and everybody else seems to be in between. And
our main reason for asking Hugh Freeze today, and where does Ole Miss rank right now, and where does Hugh Freeze rank with what he's been able to put together? That's not just a 1-year span. This has been a nice stretch, and Mississippi State right there has been in the hunt also, but we'll see what they'll be able to do moving away from Prescott next year. But I'm more and more impressed with Ole Miss, and I'm definitely think Dabo Swinney is the one that is going up the charts as fast as he can go. And it's not just this year. It's 5 consecutive 10-plus win seasons.
Apparently, you can only have a 4-year contract in the state of Mississippi. Apparently. So, I mean, I'm literally because they said they added a year to go the maximum in the state of Mississippi, which is 4 years. But he's going to get paid $4.925 million average for those 4 years. So, Hugh Freeze, $5 million man now.
I think he's worth it.
It's hard to argue with results. I mean, they're talking about, renovation to the stadium. They're talking about adding, different things to the athletic complex. You got the football team being in the top 10 the past 2 years, and the number 2 recruiting class right now. It's still a long way to February, but the last time Mississippi had a top 5 class, had guys like named Kendichi in it that have turned out, and Laquan Treadwell. And these guys, that was a pretty phenomenal class. See, that's the difference. Auburn has brought in classes, and everybody's ooh and ah, and we get up, and Byron Cowart got 6 tackles for the year. Laquan Treadwell has made a difference. Laramie Tunsil has made a difference. Robert Kendichi has made a difference. Those guys came out of that class and have been productive. So that's not only – it's not only the eye test and the wow factor. You got to put it on the field, and they were able to do that, and that's why Ole Miss is in a position that they're in. Segue from that to you thought Auburn was thin at linebacker this year. Well, just wait. Somebody called in yesterday, and I can't remember who it was, and was asking about who Auburn had redshirted and who do we think might be some breakout stars for next year. Auburn was able to redshirt 15 guys. And nearly their entire offensive line class, which is really good because you feel really solid right now as far as the offensive line is concerned. Auburn, of course, you got Alex Kozan, Braden Smith, and Austin Golson, and these guys, coming back next year. Possibly Avery Young. Don't know if he'll go. He'll probably end up going. But, Tyler Carr, Marquell Harrell, Mike Horton, who has gotten rave reviews. Darius James, that 5-star from Texas that transferred in, he's available now. Caleb Kim, Bailey Sharp, all those guys were able to redshirt last year. But when we look at the defensive side, Richard McBride was the only guy that we redshirted at linebacker. So we have 1 freshman redshirt linebacker. Now, last year, Darrell Williams from Hoover played a lot on special teams, very little at linebacker, was not credited with a tackle. He played 9 games. So we got 1 linebacker as a freshman that played. Well, if you count Jeffrey Holland as well, although he's kind of that, I don't know what you classify him as, a defensive end or a linebacker, but he had 13 tackles, 2.5 for loss. So you got, let's say you just consider Jeffrey Holland a linebacker. You got Williams, Holland, and McBride, who has never played. And you add that to Trey Williams, Cameron Toney, Deshaun Davis, and Javier Mitchell. You're losing Chris Frost, you're losing Casanova McKenzie, who I think everybody considered, underachievers basically for their career. But, man, they had a lot of tackles. And now that they're gone, Justin Garrett's gone as well. I mean, where do you go? Who's going to make the tackles next year? Trey Williams going to have 150 tackles next year? You better.
888-9-TIGER-9, 334-887-3401. I feel like you just took me off of the repeat button that I continue to say up here. because there's a reason that McKenzie's been on the field in Frost. Not because they're just throwing them out there because they don't think they're the best option that we've had, and they have been productive. You can look at the tackle numbers. You did that a couple of weeks back. So this is a concern. And where do you go? And do you end up this recruiting class now that you've got your defense coordinator in place, going out there and trying to find some JUCO help, which hasn't worked out so far for Auburn, but is that the way that you go to try to increase the depth in clearly a position that we're going to need some help in?
You know, that's possibly you may find yourself not having any choice, but you know, you keep saying, and this whole business about Ben Davis, you know, well, he got a great relationship with Kevin Steele. You know, that may change his mind. He ain't coming to Auburn. I mean, I would love for him to, and if he does, I'll do backflips because he's a guy that maybe could come in and help immediately, obviously. But if you can wrestle that guy Rashawn Smith that just committed to Clemson at Auburn was pretty high on, and he was pretty high on Auburn. If you can bring in a 5-star linebacker that can come in, or a couple that can come in and play immediately, that's wonderful. But is that feasible? I mean, who is out there? So
you asking about Ben Davis?
Yes.
Zip. In my opinion, some of you, Jason will be on next. Maybe he'll give you a different opinion. He has been high on Auburn. He was high on Auburn when Muschamp was there, and he's high currently on Kevin Steele's dad's the all-time tackle leader at Alabama. Still holds the record. And if you think that we're going to be able to pull him away from there, yeah, maybe. We've seen crazier things happen, I guess. But I'd have to see that to believe it. So I wouldn't hold my breath on that, Andy. So I go back, and I think you're on to something there. You've got to build depth. I think there's some talent. I thought Trey Williams had a great second half of the season, and he showed a lot of progress in year 2 to me. But you're going to need some guys behind him, and you're going to need some positive guys behind him. I mean, where does Tony and Davis fit in? I just haven't been able to tell anything from them so far. Great guys. You know, anytime they've ever been interviewed or ever seen them, they seem like wonderful kids. Hopefully you can get one of those, but so far you haven't seen that on the field. Yeah,
they just haven't been able to find their place. I mean, Davis is just a redshirt freshman. Yeah. He'll be a redshirt sophomore next year, but Cameron Toney, he's been around for a little while. He's going to be a junior next year. So, but he's just, you know, they played him a little bit at the Buck this year, and I don't know, he doesn't seem to be able to find his place at Auburn. At least he hasn't yet. Maybe the light will come on. I hope it does.
Let's go back to the phone lines. David, you're on Sports Call.
Yes, I just wanted to call and give y'all some praise. I mean, y'all do an outstanding job on this radio station. You know, y'all have Jason and Brian calling in every week, and I know y'all don't get a lot of praise for what you do, but the way I said, if the football team would play as well as y'all do your job, we would be really, really, really good on the field. So I just want to give y'all your props. So I appreciate it. War Eagle. War
Eagle to you, David. Hey, we may not have to get David on every afternoon, make me feel a little bit better. But, no, we really do appreciate it. And I tell you what, David, we love doing it. I don't know how great we are at it, but nonetheless, when you love doing it, hopefully that comes across when you're out there listening.
Absolutely. And, yeah, we appreciate it. Thank you so much for the praise. And, you know, if you want to call back and do that again, it's fine with me. We can take it. If you want to call in and tell us we're terrible, that's fine too.
Let's get one more phone call, go about a minute or two over, and we'll get Jason Caldwell on next. Terry, you're on Sports Call.
Good afternoon, gentlemen. Thank you for taking my call.
Glad to have you, Terry.
Yes, sir. You hit the nail right on the head a while ago when you were talking about these 5-star recruits and the oohs and ahs. But, you know, you got to translate it to the field. And I was raised down in southeast Alabama, and my daddy had bird dogs all my life. We quail hunted all my life. And people, is he registered? And my daddy used to say, I ain't never seen a damn set of papers pulling a bird yet.
That's a good point, though, right there. Terry, we apologize. Going to have to head to a break right now, but we sure do appreciate it. That's a good point by Terry. I agree. I mean, turn the film. The eye in the sky doesn't lie, and the stat line doesn't lie. And I still think that when I see the talent and I watch the guys get off the bus, they look the part. They're high grades, 4 or 5 stars all the way across this. This is not an Auburn team that's finishing 25-30 in recruiting, Andy. No. This is one that's finishing in the top 10 almost every year. We just got to get some more out of them.
Up against a break, but don't go anywhere. Hopefully when we come back, we'll be joined by Jason Caldwell from inside the Auburn Tigers. Don't go anywhere. More to come right after this.
Journey services are free and include more than 200 home-based agents to help make your Disney dreams come true. From lodging and fast passes to magic bands and other Disney experiences. Call Fairy Tale Journeys today and start making your Disney dream come true. 256-825-2668.
Ever envisioned watching your favorite team score a touchdown from the comfort of your dream home? I'm Angela Van Houten with Century 21 Lake Area Realty. I want to help you find the home that's perfect for your lifestyle. Whether it's a lake home with a perfect deck or a home in the country with acres of land, you aren't buying just a home, you're buying a lifestyle. Call or text me today, 256-596-0566. Visit my website, avhlakemartin.com. Angela Van Houten, helping families like yours make memories of a lifetime.
Lord Almighty, feel my temperature rising.
Welcome back, everyone, to Sportscall on this Thursday afternoon. Andy Graham here with you for another hour and a half, taking your phone calls at 1-888-9-TIGER-9 toll-free or locally at 334-887-3401. We'll pick up your phone calls in the next segment, but right now we want to go to the AO Tourism Hotline and welcome in our good friend Jason Caldwell from inside the Auburn Tigers. Jason, how are you today?
I'm good, Andy. How about you?
I'm doing pretty well. My temperature's rising all of a sudden. I don't know what it is. Auburn has hired a new secondary coach, Wesley McGriff. Let's start there. I read the obligatory things. He's coming from the Saints. He's been in the SEC before, but can you tell me a little bit more about Wesley McGriff, the guy?
Yeah, I think first of all, it's a guy that I think as players really enjoy playing for him. I think he's one of those guys that you classify as a player's coach. But when those things happen, normally it's the guy that's a really good recruiter because it's somebody that you sit down with and guys connect to. And that's definitely the case when you talk about Wesley McGriff. I talked to a couple of guys from Scout that covered him while he was at Ole Miss and doing some recruiting there. And they went, hey, he's the best. Like you talking about guys that in terms of college football recruiting, one of the best they've seen. And that's pretty exciting news when you talk about Auburn coming in with a guy like Kevin Steele and Rodney Garner. You talk about a defensive staff that has the pieces in place to be a really strong recruiting staff. And plus, the guy's a good football coach. When you make it to the NFL as position coach, that's normally because you're pretty good at what you do. And so I think it's a really good fit, a good combination. You talk about a guy that can handle the secondary and do the things you need to do back there to be successful.
Yeah, it sounds a lot like T-Rob 2.0.
Yeah, an older version, a guy that's obviously a lot more experienced than a guy that's been around this league for a long time, but very similar in terms of what they do. And I think it's interesting that you're talking about bringing Kevin Steele in, a guy that from a terminology standpoint, a lot of things we do very similar to what Will Muschamp's done because of the connections that they have. And I think that's something that could help in terms of adjusting to get another defensive coordinator. At least this time you're adjusting to a guy that's not going to be a whole lot of changes in terms of maybe how things are done or what things are called.
Well, so now you got the secondary taken care of. I'm assuming he's going to do safeties and cornerbacks. That leaves linebackers, and which I would assume maybe that's going to be Kevin Steele's department. Do you see Auburn hiring another defensive line coach?
No, I think the guy, like Kevin Steele, I think he's a guy that could roam, possibly, but you could also do something where you had somebody that coached specifically inside linebackers, and then you could have, you could hire somebody to do that, and then Kevin Steele could maybe also kind of work in that area, but also coach outside linebackers / defensive ends, but kind of the same thing that Lance Thompson did last year. So I think you're probably looking at a linebacker coach, maybe somebody that might more specifically handle a couple of inside positions, middle positions, and then I think from there, then you could have a guy like Kevin Steele where he could still coach a position, but also could roam around a little bit.
Well, big news yesterday as Carl Lawson announces in a pretty unique way that he's coming back to Auburn for the 2016 season. Did that surprise you?
Not surprising. This is a guy that obviously, when you look at Carl, he's handled things a little differently since the days of his recruiting. This wasn't a guy that, got into the fanfare, the flash. And I think it's the guy that went into this with a couple of things in mind. One of those was to accomplish some goals while he was in school. And it wasn't just to make it to the NFL. His goal was to be successful at Auburn, to have an impact and to make a difference. And, because of his injuries, he hasn't really had a chance to do that a whole lot. And so I think, that's something that's important to him. And I think that's something that, I think factored into his decision a whole lot. So, I think the guy that's going to be really motivated to come in and have a monster year. And, if he does some of those things, you're looking at a guy that, right now, if he were to go out, could be possibly, second rounder, but, a guy that could be third or fourth rounder. Kind of, you never really know what NFL teams are going to do. But I think that a guy that has a chance to push himself up into a different bracket with a big junior year. I mean, you just look at a guy like D Ford, what happened with him having a monster year. Carl Lawson has that type of ability, and you could really change things by having a big year like that next year.
Well, it seems I get the impression from AU Tigers that it seems like there's more of a positive vibe that Montravius Adams will come back. And do you know anything more about that, or Avery Young and possibly even Jonathan Ford?
Yeah, no, Avery, I think, if I had to put odds, I would probably put him as the most likely, just because he's a guy that even looked last year, has connections to the NFL. and has been for 4 years. So I think he's a little bit older for him. I do think he's a guy that could probably benefit from coming back and having a stronger senior season. I thought he probably played better, as a sophomore than he did as a junior. But I think he's a guy that obviously would get a look. Probably going to move inside the guard, so might not change his thought process a whole lot anyway because of that. But you look at Ed Montravius, and there's a lot. It's kind of like Carl. Montravius hasn't been hurt, but there's a whole lot left on the table for him, I think, as a college football player. And then Rudy, I think Rudy he's had 2 good years in terms of tackles, but I think he's still trying to find himself and where he fits in the defense. And, I think moving to the nickel was really a thing, halfway through this year that really helped him develop. And I think that's something that he would probably be, definitely, much better shape coming back doing that for another year, working on his coverage skills, because I don't think he's going to be a classic safety on the next level. I think he's probably more of a nickel guy. And I think because of that, working on some of those coverage skills would benefit him greatly.
We got Jason Caldwell from inside the Auburn Tigers joining us here on Sportscall this Thursday afternoon. Let's switch gears just for a minute and talk a little bit about this Auburn basketball team. Now, from the word I get, Daniel Purefoy is planning to retake the ACT. Is that right?
Yeah, I think that's the plan, for him to do those things, I think if in a certain window, then he'd be clear and ready to go. If not, there's some negotiations that could be done. So I think there's still a lot of question marks to be had there, and it's unfortunate that it's still dragging on this long in the process because obviously Auburn needs him. He'd want to be playing and would really be helping this basketball team.
So, I mean, I don't want to get. I guess I don't want to get into specifics here, but obviously Auburn tried to, or has been trying all this time, maybe to work out something that he could get in school, or so he wouldn't have to take it again. I guess is this kind of a last resort, even though this was an option all along.
Well, he's been in school. That part has been done. He's been with the team and doing those things. He wasn't. We're during the holidays, but he's been taking classes and on scholarships. So all those things are done. So from an eligibility standpoint, it's different than being a qualified standpoint. I guess he's able to be in school and do that. So it's just about being eligible to play right now. So this is something that is more from the ACT board than anything. So just have to do what they say, and they say, hey, we want another test. We'll show you that, if you make within a certain parameter, then they would, I guess, classify it as a good test and go with it. So I think that's just the waiting point they're doing right now.
Do you know how quickly this is all going to be taken care of?
When you're talking about the ACT, that's about as much of an up in the air question as you could ever have. And I think that's what we're dealing with right now. You just don't really know.
That's unbelievable. What's the latest on TJ Dunnins? I know the bruised knee. Is there an estimation about when he could be back?
No, 3 to 5 weeks from the injury itself. So you're looking at another 3.5 weeks, maybe 4 weeks for him still on crutches. It's just going to be about getting back out there, get some confidence, and then honestly getting back into game shape. When you're talking about taking a month off in the sport of basketball, especially as a guard, that's going to be a transition process for him again. So I think it's just a matter of when he feels comfortable, can start back running and doing some of those things. But I think it's probably at least 3 weeks or so to see how he stands.
Well, Jason, the Auburn women tonight going for back-to-back wins over top 10 teams. I don't know when's the last time. It's probably the 80s the last time that happened. But what do you think the chances are for the women tonight as they go to Starkville?
Yeah, obviously going on the road makes it a much different scenario and a much different test for this. When you look at the way they played, the confidence level, Brandy Montgomery, the way she's scoring right now, and you got somebody that's putting up 20, 25 a game, it gives you an opportunity to beat anybody. But Mississippi State's a really deep team, a talented basketball team. So going on the road, it's going to be a big time challenge for this team. But they've won, dating back to winning 4 out of 5 last year. This is a team that is playing at a different level right now, and you have that confidence, it always gives you a chance.
Well, Jason, we appreciate you joining us so much as we do each and every Thursday. Just kind of give us a preview of what to expect from inside the Auburn Tigers this weekend.
Absolutely. Still got coverage going on from the All-Star games. Antoine Jackson, if you missed it yesterday at autigers.com, video interview with him, and then some practice clips. I think he's a guy that has a chance to come in and play right away for Auburn at the tackle. So he's playing out at the Army All-American game there, but basketball previews, thoughts on football coaches, and a little bit of everything in between there at autigers.com.
Thank you so much, Jason. We look forward to talking to you again next week.
Sounds good.
Absolutely. Don't go anywhere. More Sportscall presented by Lee Marketing Group right after this.
Locations to better serve you, there is no way you can't find one of these great stores.
There's nothing like the signature honey glazed spiral sliced ham from Honey Baked. Hey, this is Crystal. From catering corporate meetings to providing boxed lunches for your next event, Honey Baked ham is just what you're looking for.
Welcome back, everyone, to Sports Call on this Thursday afternoon. Andy and Randy here with you for one more segment in the first hour of today's show. We'd love to hear from you. Give us a call, 1-888-9-TIGER-9 toll-free, or locally at 334-887-3401 on the AO Tourism Hotline. Just caught up with Jason Caldwell, always a font of information. And, he talked about Wesley McGriff, and he said he talks to some people. He was at Ole Miss, and he said, he's the best recruiter. They just talked about just glowing reviews about what kind of recruiter he is. He's a player's coach. It just sounds like T-Rob all over again, but a much more experienced T-Rob.
I'm more impressed to watch and see what we do with the coaching side of things, because we've been recruiting well. What was the number you gave us since 2008? What have we finished in recruiting?
Oh, boy.
7th or 8th?
Yeah, it was top 10.
It was top 10 recruiting. So we have continued to put 4- and 5-star athletes out on the field. You may mix a little 3-star in there that jumps up like Bates, that jumps up the charts and finds his way on the field. But for the most part, it's been 4 or 5 stars. So getting the best out of those guys is, to me, what we have lacked on defensively. Andy, am I off? We've been able to recruit.
We have. We've lost players due to injury. We've lost players due to running afoul of the program or the law. Carlton Davis is a 3-star, according to Scout. So, that maybe we need to get back to a little bit more of that, of coaching guys up. I love bringing in 4-star guys, but, sooner or later, you got to quit paying so much attention to the star next to the name and start looking at what they're doing on the field. And Carlton Davis, I think we all agree, he's all SEC. He may be all America. He's that good, and he's a guy that was just kind of off our radar altogether. And then Will Muschamp and T-Rob come in and say, this is the kind of guy we need. And lo and behold, he's the kind of guy we need.
Finish up your conversation, though, Andy. I love it when you put these pieces together where you go out there, do a little research, and throw it out our way. We had a caller on Tuesday asking about red shirts, and you ran down the linebacking core was really where the worry was. What are the rest of them? Offensive line really looked good. A majority, if not all, pretty much were redshirted from last year's recruiting class.
They were. And we have a lot coming back. If we're going to lose Avery Young and we lose Sean Coleman, that's your offense. That's your right and left tackle. That's got to be replaced, and that won't be easily done. But I feel great about the offensive line and what we've been able to redshirt and what we have coming back next year. I feel great about the secondary. I mentioned Carlton Davis coming in and playing as a freshman. We let Jeremiah Denson, unfortunately, he had that horrific knee injury. Was that Texas A&M? And is he going to be back next year? Boy, I don't know. If he is, it'll be mid-season. But he's a guy that Tim Irvin got a lot of playing time. He got banged up toward the end of the year. Auburn moved Rudy Ford to the nickel, and Rudy just kind of really took off at that position. He just kind of found a home. So Irvin's play back that way. But to be honest with you, at the beginning of the season, I thought Tim Irvin was the guy. He was going to be the one that emerged, and you said, boy, this guy's going to be a player for us moving forward. So, Tim Irvin, Carlton Davis, Jeremiah Denson, if he comes back, hopefully he does. But we were able to redshirt Jordan Colbert. He's a big-time 4-star safety. Javaris Davis, another defensive back that never even played a down. We were able to redshirt him. So, there's some guys coming in, and then you bring in and you add all in the guys that were contributors last year that are coming back, like Trey Matthews, like Rudy Ford, like Nick Ruffin, like Stephen Roberts, who came on at the end of the year. TJ Davis, who was hurt, Josh Holsey, who was hurt. Those guys hopefully coming back this year and getting a chance to play and be healthy. I think we got more depth in the secondary than we've had in a long time, and I think it's really quality depth. So I think Wesley McGriff comes into a great situation. He got a lot to work with, and that's one position I feel more comfortable than we have in a while.
Defensive line, you mentioned the opening segment. You also talked a little bit about it with Jason Caldwell, but Carl Lawson making the determination he's going to come back, not come out in the draft. A huge key, probably one of the key things that this staff did in recruiting is to keep him around for another year.
It is. I think we all wanted Carl to come back, and we all felt like he, if he left, he was justified in doing so, but he's still got something to prove. You talk about Carl Lawson coming back. What if Montravius Adams comes back as well? Jamel President, Rasheed Kenyon, Andrew Williams, Justin Thornton. Are we ever going to see anything out of him? I don't know. But you got Devereaux Lawrence, who really came on at the end of the year. Dontavius Russell, who was a really good player. I like the looks of those guys. Now you add into that, Byron Cowart got some playing time, quite a bit of it. Didn't do not a lot of production, but we have him coming back. You have a host of guys that we're bringing in this year in this class, but John Tavius Johnson really the only guy that we redshirted. And he's kind of that project like. But Prince Tega Wanago Jr., he's a project too, but he's a guy that's got a ceiling about a mile high. Can he find some of that? Or can we mold him into something? We need some. We're bringing in a lot of defensive linemen in this class, and Derek Graves, he is a guy we really need to get. Antoine Jackson that we got, he was a big get. So is Daquan Newkirk? Some of these guys going to be able to come in and contribute right away? I hope so, because the defensive line we're going to need a couple of young guys come in and play, I think.
888-9 Tiger 9 334-887-3401 up against the top of the hour break. We got one more hour left on Sports Call, and Andy will talk about basketball on the opposite side. And it was about what I expected against South Carolina. Hopefully you watched the majority of it. I was able to as well, and like to get your thoughts on the Auburn basketball program. Our question today also was top 5 coaches out there, and the reason we brought it up for college football right now is Hugh Freeze with his big contract extension and pay raise. Where does Hugh Freeze fit into what you're seeing? I think he's a top 10 coach right now in college football.
The Fox Sports Report coming up next. Hour number 2 of Sport Call right after this.
Better buckle your seatbelts because it's going to be a show to watch.
From Tiger Communications.
Jackson, touchdown.
For 20 years, East Alabama's sports talk leader.
Swing and drive, Felton right.
Sportscall.
Oh, what a dunk.
Call in now at 887-3401. Or 1-888-9-TIGER-9 toll free.
Struck him out.
And now, coming to you live from the loveliest village on the plains, Sports Call.
Hello again, everyone, and good Thursday afternoon. Welcome into the second hour of Sports Call. We appreciate so much you joining us. I am Andy Graham alongside Randy Lee, and we'll be with you until 6 o'clock. Taking your phone calls at 1-888-9-TIGER-9 toll free or locally at 334-887-3401 on the AO Tourism hotline. We talked a lot about the new hire, Wesley McGriff, as he comes aboard to coach the secondary for Kevin Steele and the Auburn defensive staff. Still talked to Jason Caldwell in the first hour. You know, Kevin Steele coached linebackers for, the majority of his career, but he seems to think we'll probably hire maybe, another linebacker coach and turn the entire defensive line over to Rodney Garner, or, maybe much like with Lance Thompson, coach just the buck position. So we'll have to wait and see. I mean, a lot of people have been talking about Kevin Green, and he is a linebacker coach, but, and no doubt would be probably a really good recruiter. But Jason talked about just what a fantastic recruiter Wesley McGriff is. He sounds just a lot like Tavarius Robinson, just a guy with a lot more experience. He comes over from the NFL with the New Orleans Saints, but he's been in the SEC as well, been a recruiting coordinator, and done a great job at Ole Miss, and at Vanderbilt was with Miami for about 4 years as well, and they had some pretty salty defenses while he was there. But we talked a little bit about the Auburn roster and the red shirts that Auburn was able to do this year, coming in this year, and there are going to be some impact players along with that. And linebacker seems to be a position that Auburn, Auburn's losing three really good linebackers that played a lot of football.
At least productive.
They were not they didn't play like five-star guys, but they played a lot of football. And that's Justin Garrett, Chris Frost, and Casanova McKenzie. That's a lot to replace. Trey Williams got a lot on his shoulders, as well as you would think of Darrell Williams and Richard McBride. And we'll have to wait and see if Deshaun Davis or Cameron Toney can maybe realize something. And who knows, maybe even Jordan Colbert slides down to play a little linebacker. We'll have to wait and see. But Randy threw out a question today, top 5 coaches in college football, as Hugh Freeze gets bumped up to the $5 million man, as he'll make $5 million. He's the number 3 paid coach in the SEC now. He's done a great job at Ole Miss. Just give him credit. I mean, he's taken them from, just basically anonymity in the SEC to they're threatening to win it now. And if not for a fluky play, they would have been in Atlanta this year. So who are the top 5 coaches? Who are the top 5 programs that you see across the NCAA landscape in college football? We'll talk about the Major League Baseball Hall of Fame ballots in this segment, and we'll start off, though, with Auburn basketball, as they dropped a tough one to South Carolina, who is still undefeated, 14-0, 1-0 in the SEC now. Auburn just not able to match them, really. It started out, for the first 10 minutes, it was pretty even, but, South Carolina just started to pull away a little bit. And just as we said going into that game, I mean, I said, they averaged 5 guys in double figures, and lo and behold, at the end of the day, they got 5 guys in double figures.
When you watch them, you're not wooed by anyone that's out there on the court, but Frank Martin's built a team there, buddy. And it took a little longer than I thought it would, because his coaching style I thought would fit the SEC. He's real structured, demands a lot out of his players, plays physical underneath the basket, a lot of cuts, Andy, a lot of open passes, giving the ball up in the paint that you saw in that game. I don't know if you listened in, but Rod and Sonny did a great job of doing the call, and Sonny kept going back. Well, you got to watch these back cuts. You got to watch the cuts. You got to watch the picks. They're well coached. They're well disciplined. And when I watch Auburn play, and I know it's only year 2 of Bruce Pearl, we got talent out there, but getting them all in place and playing their role, like we had a couple of phone calls on Tuesday talking about Simeon Bowers, getting them to start to buy into what Coach Pearl's selling. I see it somewhat, but more than not, I see what I saw last year. Some really good players that are keeping us in basketball games, and if they go off, we can win. Number one, Kareem Canty. But if he doesn't, then we've got some good pieces there. But for whatever reason, we're missing the punch somewhere.
Well, for 2 years now, we've tried to pick a guy here and pick a guy there and pick a guy from over here and put them all together and try to make a team out of it.
True.
And, we did that because we had no choice. If we didn't do that, we were going to be humiliated and embarrassed and not be competitive. We were somewhat competitive last year, even though our record didn't really indicate that. And we've been competitive this year. But you take a Tyler Harris. He's just a hired gun for this year, much like last year with Mason. So, and really Kareem Canty for that matter. He is, he's just a guy that he ought to be playing the 2 guard, but we're having to have him play the point guard because we don't have anybody else. Taj Shamsuddin can't stay on the floor because his arms are about to fall off, or both of them are. So, and then we bring in TJ Dunnins, and he is a guy that he's a slasher. He is a guy that can shoot from the outside. He can rebound as well. And he, bruises his knee out in Hawaii, in the tournament. So it's difficult to try to put these teams together in the way that we're doing it and have any kind of chemistry about it. Moving forward, Auburn's now 1-1 in the league, but we're about to go to Missouri, who's 7-7 and 0-1 in the league. And we go into Vanderbilt. So we're on a back-to-back road trip, the 8th and then the 12th. Those are 2 games Auburn's got to win. We keep talking about 9-9 in the league. We want to get to 500. Those are 2 games you got to win because you come back and you play Kentucky at home and followed by Alabama.
Let's go back to the phone lines. Mike, you're on Sports Call.
Hey, guys. What's going on?
Glad to have you, Mike.
All right. I keep hearing y'all talking about the linebacker spot. 10 years before in the 5-star. I just wanted to add my input to this. I've been watching Auburn for a long time. I really don't think since the time of Tuberville when he had Thomas and the guy played for Arizona.
Dansby.
I think really that's the last time we really had great linebackers. D4 was brought in as defensive end out of Texas. That was one of Gene Kiz's projects. Using the shorter guy, the speed, the rush. And he turned out all right, but he's more of for Auburn, he's more of a defensive end. But now in the league, he's a linebacker. I just really think, man, that we need to evaluate, how many defensive coordinators each year done had. How many times, I know they had a 4 and 5-star, but they still a kid. You got to coach them up. So you can't put that blame on them. It seems to me that they just put them out there and just thought they were 4 or 5-star. They thought they were all the kids need to be coached up. I just want to kind of defend them a little bit. That we really hadn't had any kind of continuity at defensive coordinator, at defense, period, since Tuberville. So let's not blame the kids. Let's make sure we get that straight because the kids, they come in there 4 or 5 stars, but they still need coaching. That's my 2 cents.
Hey, we appreciate it, Mike, and it kind of sounds like what you've been saying with Auburn's turnover in the coordinator position.
Look, I agree with him. Dontarius Thomas and Carlos Dansby, Travis Williams. That 3 right there and that 4-3, those were the best linebackers we've had. Now, Josh Bynes was good, and I think you look up his numbers. He had a lot of tackles. He was very good. D Ford, like he said. D Ford came in at 220 pounds, I think, at Auburn and put on that weight. And by the time he was a junior or senior, he was a very good defensive end. Yes, he's a linebacker, but, he's a slash outside. He's an outside linebacker slash defensive end in the NFL. And I don't really count that as far as this, but yes, no continuity in the coaching staff. What I keep saying, 19 coordinators in 15 years. 19 coordinators in 15 years, offensive and defensive. It's hard to have any kind of consistency. And I think that's why you heard Kevin Steele come out and say, I want to finish my career here. That was kind of part of the deal. Gus Malzahn wanted to try to, change that and understands that we need to have something that we can kind of build on and have something that we can kind of rely on. And, but yes, I understand how much, and that's kind of the age-old question though. How much is coaching up and how much is just ability? I'm not sure the guys we have brought in the last 7, 8 years have had that kind of same ability as a Carlos Dansby. And he came in as a wide receiver.
Well, here's the question, though, Andy. I mean, are that many recruiting prognosticators missing and that many different coaches for Auburn missing? Because that's what you got to say if Auburn's finished where they have. So then the only thing that you can go to is either continuity of the staff, poor coaching, poor scheme, or many of our callers would call in and say an offense that's up-tempo that's tough to play defense behind.
I am not a great evaluator of talent, okay? I fully admit that. But I see guys that are considered great evaluators of talent say Byron Cowart's the best defensive player in the country.
Every service had him
He is the best defensive player in the country, okay? He comes to Auburn. I watch him on the field, and he looks like a 3-star at best to me. Now, is that because we have ruined him? I mean, how much can you ruin a guy? Because if we've coached him down that much, somebody ought to be fired immediately.
Let's go to the phone lines quickly, get one more phone call before we head to this next break. D, you're on Sportscall.
Hey, guys, y'all are touching on the linebacker issue, and that's one that really I just had to scratch my head over the last 10 years about. And, you guys are from Alex City, have ties up there. We had a guy that came to Auburn who, he may not do everything on film exactly right, but every time he played in a ball game, the guy had 11 tackles, 2 for a loss, and a forced fumble. And sometimes you look at the guy at Carolina, Kuechly. That guy does things. If you slow down on your TV and watch it, it isn't all exactly the way it's coached. But he gets to the ball and he gets there with a force, and he tackles through the players. And sometimes these players have things that you can't coach. And you guys were just talking about that with Coward. I don't know what his issue is or what may be slowing him down. But say we take Byron Coward out of a situation to say tackle the guy, and now we got him thinking more. You or anybody else, if we're asked to think more than we are to actually act on instinct, we're going to be slower and we're going to feel out of place. And sometimes we've got to take a guy with a mean streak and put him in the middle and tell him to blow guys up when they get the ball. And you know what? If they don't get the ball, blow them up anyway. They'll still remember you when they hand the ball to them. And I think that's what we're lacking. We need some mean guys to hit some people and lay them on their backs, and they'll start remembering those guys. And I think that's what we're missing right now at the linebacker position. We don't have anybody who demands respect at that position on the physical side of things. I don't know how you guys feel about that, but there's a lack of physicality there we have.
Great call, D. We appreciate it. Up against the break, and we'll throw a couple of names out there as he's bringing that up in the 80s. You just go back to Crawford and Crane and some of these guys that were just so physical in the middle. Now, did those guys end up being Hall of Fame NFL players? No, but they would thump you when you came in there.
I'd take Alex Lincoln.
Oh, yeah, they'd thump you when you come across the middle, and maybe this caller's right. I don't see that too often with us.
Up against the break. Don't go anywhere. More Sports Call on the way. Presented by Home Place Mortgage right after this. Welcome back, everyone, to the Thursday edition of Sports Call. Andy and Randy here with you for about 35 more minutes or so. Taking your phone calls at 1-888-9-TIGER-9, toll-free locally at 334-887-3401 on the AO Tourism Hotline. We're talking about, Auburn linebackers in the previous couple of segments. Had a good couple of great calls. I agree with all of you. I mean, that's I think you're right. Not a lot of physicality from the linebacker position from what I've seen. We kept talking about and Chris Frost and Casanova McKenzie having a lot of tackles, and they did. They played a lot. They were the best we had. But he just, I'm not going to even hash that up again. But we just have not had any kind of dominant linebackers come out of Auburn. I think Josh Bynes was very good and has made has had a very good NFL career. Has parlayed that. So. Who's the next great one going to be? Is there going to be a next great one? Do you see it on this staff? I mean, do you see it on the roster right now? I look down through there. I don't know. Nobody just jumps off the page and says, man, that guy right there. I go back to Trey Blackman. I mean, he couldn't stay on the field because he couldn't stay out of trouble. But, buddy, when he was in the game, you looked at him and he made some hits, and you said, wow, that guy right there, he could play. He could be a monster. I saw the same thing the guy just called. He's talking about Freeman. He's talking about El Toro Freeman. He'd come in, he'd had 12 tackles. He wouldn't play the next week. And you look at him on the field and you say, man, that guy can play. Where is he? I don't know.
Ted Roof. We brought it up last week and said, you'd heard little rumblings that you want to talk about tumping this table over is Ted Roof, because I'm sure he's a great guy. I'm not talking about that, but you just never got to feel where are you going with this? What is your scheme?
Oh, I felt like I know where we were going with it.
But, it was every week. And to me, when you and I were talking during the break, it goes to leadership, man. If there's always something petty going on, keeping a kid off the field, I don't see that as much in the great programs. But you see it a lot when there's no continuity in the staff, when you're spinning one coordinator in 19 and 15 years? 19 and 15 years. So an offensive and defense coordinator for Auburn, on average, they last, is my math correct, 1.5 years?
All right.
How are you going to do that?
Yeah, well, we've had a lot of one and dones.
But at the most, you may get a Roof that's there, 3 or 4 years?
3 years.
So that's the high end, which averages that out to 1.5. I know it can't just always be said that's the day and age that we work in. I don't think that is the truth. So we're sitting up here complaining slightly because Auburn, again, when the stars align, we have proven we can win titles. We've won a couple of SEC in the last 5 years, and we played for 2 national. But the continuity and the consistency and building a program like we see, honestly, with Clemson this year. This has been coming with Clemson. This is 5 straight years of 10-plus wins. And Dabo has put together a program that can consistently win on a national stage too. Now they can Clemson, which was a verb at one time, but they're proving that they're not doing it anymore. But they've got their sea legs under them, and that's the reason I think that he's got a program together. I think it's just getting started, it depending on how long he's going to be there.
Well, depending on if they could win it this year, and they'll probably be ranked, or could very well be ranked the number 1 team next year, coming into Jordan-Hare Stadium for game number 1, and they look like a team across the board. It's not just Deshaun Watson. He's just a big piece of the puzzle. But they've got skill position players all over the place. They've got a great offensive line. They've got really, very athletic defensive line. I think their defense is a little bit better than people give them credit for. So, and that'll be interesting then if they'll is borne out against Alabama. Sportscall today brought to you by Lee Marketing Group. From logo design and branding to ad placement, LMG can handle it all. For ease of time, cutting edge, results-driven marketing campaigns. Think Lee Marketing Group, your comprehensive marketing solution. Check them out at leemarketing.net. And let's go back to the AO Tourism.
Yeah, let's get one quick call before we go to this break. Shadow, you're on Sports Call.
Yeah, thank you for the call. I want to say how great of a hire I believe this secondary coach is that Auburn hired today. I'm very proud of that. But on the other hand, I want to say that would you not agree that if you have any chance to get Kevin Green on the football field that you do so?
I don't, I mean, he's never been a college coach, so as far as I know. So I mean, I don't know if it's an absolute must.
Well, let me share this with you. Auburn just hired Travis Williams as his linebacker coach, and I really don't understand it. I mean, this man, just from a teaching aspect alone, Kevin Green is worth it, would you say?
I don't know. Let me say this. Anybody that I've talked to that's been around Travis in that program, the way that he's handled himself and what he does, raves about Travis Williams. So I just see that coming across, Shadow. We appreciate you sharing that with us. We apologize with it just coming out during the program, but Travis Williams hired as a linebackers coach. To me, I like it. I like it a lot. I get a hang-up on Shadow on that one. To me, I like it. I think Travis is
I think he's earned it.
I think he's an up-and-comer. I think he's motivated. He's got the personality of a thumper. You just had the call a little bit ago saying we want people that are, strong in the middle and will hit you, and they may be out of position from time to time, but they're going to be tough. Travis Williams is tough as they make them. With the size that he was, you talked about him during the break, Andy.
I did. That's funny that it comes out like that. I mean, I'll never forget Joe Witt talking about it during the spring and saying, the light has come on for Travis Williams. And lo and behold, that season he turned into a monster. I mean, he was one of the fastest guys side to side that I've ever seen at that position. He knows how to play linebacker. He knows it very well. You've got Kevin Steele that is going to monitor everything. He knows how to coach linebackers. So I would have. It's not like we're going to, it's not like we're going to lose anything X's and O's wise. You want a guy with a lot of energy. I think he matches anything that Kevin Green would breathe. If you've ever been around or seen Travis Williams, you know what a high energy guy he is. You know how much he loves Auburn. And I go back to Kevin Steele. He's got the most important attribute that any assistant or coordinator can possibly have. He wants to be here. Travis Williams is exactly the same way.
Go ahead and take a break. Got a couple of phone calls coming through. Love to hear from you. 888-9-TIGER-9.
Absolutely. Don't go anywhere. More Sportscall presented by Lee Marketing Group right after this.
Stick shifts and safety.
Welcome back, everyone, to Sports Call on this Thursday afternoon. Andy and Randy here with you for about 25 more minutes, taking your phone calls at 1-888-9-TIGER-9 toll-free or locally at 334-887-3401 on the AO Tourism Hotline, and we'll go right back to it.
Matt, you're on Sports Call.
Hey, good evening, guys.
Glad to have you, Matt.
I have to thank you. I have to agree with one thing that the last caller said when he said, I don't understand. I don't think he does understand. You know, and the beautiful thing about that is, as fans, it's not our job to understand. It's our job to get behind Travis Williams and support this team, man. Travis Williams is a good hire. You know, he's not some clown off the street. I think he coached the guys up well for the bowl game. You know, I'm excited about the hire. And I think from a recruiting standpoint, you know, Kevin Green is big in my heart, but there's not a whole bunch of 18-year-old kids that remember who Kevin Green was. I'm not saying there's a bunch that know who Travis Williams is, but there's things that he brings to recruiting as far as, you know, his enthusiasm for the game and a love for Auburn that I'm sure he has, and those things are going to be beneficial and they're going to pay off. And I think the guy's a good coach, man. So I'm excited, and I think it's a great hire.
Matt, we appreciate the phone call this afternoon, and sounds like us. Sound dead on, because I'm 100%. We were just saying, Kevin Green would have came to Auburn. I'd have been
Nothing
thrilled.
wrong in the world hiring Kevin Green. It would have been a great hire. I think he, you know, obviously he's a former Auburn guy. He's very enthusiastic. He's proven he's a good coach in the NFL.
Should be a Hall of Famer.
Yeah, he should absolutely be an NFL Hall of Famer. Don't get me started on that. But, yeah, it would have been a great hire. But Travis Williams has paid his dues at Auburn. He's been in Auburn as a defensive analyst. He's been as a GA assistant. He has coached Auburn's linebackers now twice in bowl games when we have let go the defensive coordinator and done a great job. He is very enthusiastic. He loves Auburn. He wants to be here. He's going to be a great recruiter. I know he's young, but I think he's an up-and-coming guy. I think he's earned the right to get this job. So I don't think there's anything wrong. I love the hire as well. I would have loved if Kevin Green was the hire. It's not a matter of either or. It's just this is who we've decided. This is the direction we're going to go in, and I go back to it. I just think he has earned the right. I think he's paid his dues.
Amen. Let's go back to the phone lines. Clyde, you're on Sports Call.
Clyde, you with us?
Oh, sorry.
Right turn, Clyde.
What happened? What happened to the Reed, who was the center on the basketball team, was a freshman last year?
Yeah, he has taken a leave of absence. There's a possibility he could be back with Auburn, although I think he's got to get some things straightened out. But, I think this has to do with some of his behavior off the floor and maybe even some of it on it. But he's one of those. I don't think he's technically, on scholarship right now.
But is he still in school? Or
I do believe he is still in school, yes. At least far as the last time I checked.
Okay, just wondering. Thanks, guys.
Appreciate it, Clyde. Back to the phone lines. Mike, you're on Sports Call.
Kevin Green needs to be involved in Auburn football at some level. I could see him as strength and conditioning coach and maybe a associate athletic director. He needs to be on the sidelines. He needs to be heavily involved in Auburn football.
Well, maybe he will be one day. I know he took I believe he moved away from the NFL because he wanted to spend more time with his family. And he's been coaching, I believe, his kids. And they're playing high school football. So I'm not even sure he wants the job. Maybe he does. I know his wife wants him to have the job. I don't know about him. I haven't heard anything from him, but maybe you'll see him at Auburn someday.
Yeah, I think that surely they find a place for him. He loves Auburn. He walked on. He starred in the NFL. People remember him on the sidelines with the Packers.
Oh yeah, I think he did a great job with the Packers. You hear a lot of praise from the players. I think he's one of those players, coaches like Jason talked about Wesley McGriff. So
I mean,
go ahead.
All these analysts and stuff that coaching staffs have now, there's bound to be a place for Kevin Green.
Maybe it'll happen. I'm kind of with Andy, and if it does, I'll be applauding it, and would love to see him back. I'm with you, Mike. We appreciate the phone call this afternoon. Back to the phone lines. Got a lot of phone calls coming through. 888-9-TIGER-9. Anthony, you're on Sports Call.
How you guys doing?
Glad to have you, Anthony.
Yeah, this Travis guy they just hired. Tell me something about this guy. I had never heard of him.
Former Auburn linebacker. He's been a GA. He's been a defensive analyst. He's coached linebackers in the bowl game here in the last 2 years with the staffs being dismissed. He's a high-energy guy. He was a 5'11", probably 225-pound linebacker that played like he was 6'4" and 240. He just got a lot of fire to him.
So I guess he's probably the best fit since he's been working with the players. He was graduate assistant, right?
He was technically a defensive analyst, right? In the last couple of years. I think it's just a situation that he's paid his dues and earned the right.
Well, who else they looking at to complete the defensive staff?
They hired Wesley McGriff today to coach secondary, so I believe the staff is complete now.
So they got the staff complete. I wished Auburn could have gone after maybe Ed Orgeron as far as defensive coordinator. We know the job that he did at Southern Cal and everywhere else he's been for the defensive line coach or defensive coordinator. And, I think somebody like that or either Bo Pelini might have been the best bet than the guy he hired. I don't think Kevin Steele's going to be able to pull it off.
Well, I don't want Bo Pelini. I mean, he's kind of an insane in the membrane kind of guy. But, look, Ed Orgeron is a defensive line coach. I could live with that, but I'm not sure you gain anything or lose anything. Him and Rodney Garner probably are about on the same level to me.
You don't think Ed Orgeron would be a better defensive line coach? Probably in the recruiting, as far as recruiting goes, probably give an edge over Rodney Garner because he's been around a lot of successful programs. A graduate assistant in Miami back in the heyday when they was winning national championships, and defensive line coach out of Southern Cal with Pete Carroll, and I think that might have been a person Auburn should have probably looked at than to not bring him in for an interview. It's just don't say you can overlook a guy like that.
For a defensive coordinator position or for a lineman, defensive line position?
A defensive coordinator and a defensive line coach.
Yeah, I don't know. Ed, I guess he did a good job with the defense to some degree at Ole Miss, but I don't know if I'd turn the keys over to him. I just don't know if he's that stable. I think he's at his best as a position coach. Defensive line coach, I would not have had a problem with that.
They won't turn the keys over to him, huh? But it's Kevin Steele. He talk like Auburn. He wants Auburn to be his last coaching stop, huh?
That's what he said. He's 57 years old.
That very well could happen at the end of 2016 season.
It very well could be.
Auburn has a tough schedule next year, and if things aren't any better, you're talking about opening up with Clemson, and I'm sure Clemson, and I don't know what they got coming back, but I'm sure they're going to be loaded.
A lot.
So you're probably looking at a loss there. And then the rest of the season, as it goes, especially if Auburn don't have a quarterback that can stand up and do what needs to be done, it could be a very long season next year.
It could be a very long season. Auburn opens up with Clemson. They play Texas A&M and LSU both in the first 4 games of the year. Those 3 teams are 3 of the first 4 they play.
Good God, they very well may not win a game.
They do play A&M and LSU at home, so that's good.
Yeah, but still, they very well might not win a game in the month of September. Good God. Well, how long you think Jay Jacobs is going to be hanging around here at Auburn? Think he's going to be gone after 2016?
I think he's going to be at Auburn as long as he wants to be at Auburn.
You believe that?
I do believe that.
So if the football season falls apart next year, you still think he's going to be around?
Well, yeah, I really do.
I bet you a dime he doesn't. I'll call you back later on. We'll talk about it when the season starts. We'll make it rock and roll.
I'll start saving now.
Anthony, we appreciate the phone call out there. Look, I'm with you. I think Jay Jacobs will be around. You know who I'd like to see, though, at some point back at Auburn's Tuberville.
Yes.
Do you not think
in that position?
100%.
He's an administrator type.
I think so, too, and he is just – I love seeing him at Auburn Bowl games. I like Tuberville. I think there are a lot of people out there who feel the same way too.
I do, yeah. And the fact that he has had butted heads with the powers that be at Auburn, he'd probably clean some house if he was in that kind of. And I think that necessarily wouldn't be a bad thing.
888-9 Tiger 9 334-887-3401. Quick piece of news out there. Hopefully you've all seen it. But Travis Williams hired as the linebacker coach for Auburn, which will open up a couple of those analysts and. We'll see where Auburn will go with that. But, again, Andy and I have been 100% behind this hire, and I'm glad to see it stay. And you need some continuity. Clearly, I mean, he is the one kind of carryover. And anybody that you talk to, and we've had quite a few that I've been able to be around that have been around during the time of Travis, and all of them rave about Travis Williams. So it's a good keep for Auburn.
Yeah, we may actually just kind of back into a really, really good defensive staff here. And maybe that's a good thing. Also coming across the ticker, Mel Tucker, Alabama defensive back coach, hired as Georgia's DC. Moves over with Kirby Smart. I don't think that's unexpected. But Alabama going to be rebuilding next year, coaching staff and the defense.
One more quick call before we go to this break. Brad, you're on Sportscall. Brad, you there with us?
Can you hear me?
Yeah, we got you now, Brad.
Wow, fantastic. Just want to comment on the coaches we've got. I think we did great in all areas. As far as our defensive coordinator, our linebackers coach, I thought he did a great job in the bowl game, and I think we really got us a great hire in our secondary coach. And might want to comment about our last caller, Anthony. Anthony, if you're listening, I'd appreciate if you want to call in, talk about something positive about Auburn, because it's always something negative. You know, we're not going to do this and we're not going to do that. We're going to beat you guys next year, and you can count on it. So, I just all the negativity with some of these Alabama callers in. And I'm glad they call in, but I sort of just get tired of the negativity that they bring to the Auburn show. So I don't know what you guys think about that.
Well, we appreciate their phone calls, just like yours, Brad, and it's opinion out there, and we want to hear from it, and it makes it fun. It makes it a little bit more competitive, and I'm with you. I love this hire. I think I like a majority of the hires. Kevin Steele didn't blow me away. I'm a little bit more happy. I'm a little bit more happy that Travis Williams is staying around, to be honest with you, than the Kevin Steele hire.
Well, I would think, if you were going to hire anybody else, tell me somebody that would have been a great hire.
I agree with you. I think that's where we got
somebody that's got the experience, and this guy has said he wants to be at Auburn.
And we hope that he's here for a while, because that means we did good next year, Brad. We had a good season, because next year's kind of the pivotal point of this Malzahn tenure.
And I think these coaches here run the same kind of defensive alignments that Will Muschamp ran, 3-4, 4-3, this kind of thing. And it's just going to be a continuance of what he started. And I think our defense can be pretty good next year. And if they can even get 30 or 35, I think we win.
Brad, we we sure do appreciate your phone call up against the break here. A lot of great callers here in the second half. Keep calling back, Brad. Anthony, we'll take your phone calls too. They can be negative. Luke likes to call in with a few negatives on. Luke keeps it pretty clean on this show, though.
He does. Well, Anthony, this 10-cent bet we got is only dependent on if Auburn has a terrible season next year. So I hope they wouldn't even have the bet. But up against the break, don't go anywhere. One final segment of the Thursday Sports Call right after this. Welcome back, everyone, to the final segment of the Thursday Sports Call. Andy and Randy here with you just until 6 o'clock, taking your phone calls 1-888-9-TIGER-9 toll-free, locally at 334-887-3401. Quick segment here. Try to get one more phone call in. Let's go to the AL Tourism Hotline.
Anthony, you're on Sports Call.
Hey, it's good that y'all let me come back. Hey, I'm just going to tell you something. As far as Brad thinking that Auburn's going to beat Alabama next year, yeah, they'll beat them all right. If they go to the Golden Corral, they beat them to the buffet table. But, win or lose.
How long have you had that one around?
I just thought it out. But win or lose Monday night, they must understand that as long as Coach Saban is at Alabama, he's going to continue to get the top prospects. They're going to continue to develop them. And when coaches leave, he's going to get on the phone and call coaches he's worked with 10, 15, 20 years ago and bring them on in, coach them up, and they're going to continue to play ball. And that's something Auburn has not been able to do. They keep losing coaches year after year, and the coaches they bring in, especially on the defense, has not been able to do what needed to be done. The defense is certainly, it just goes down the drain every year, but it did get better towards the end of the season, but hadn't got where Auburn wanted to get. And somebody's going to have to stand up and get it there. But it's going to take time. You can't run somebody out of town or give up on them after a year. The days of giving somebody 3 or 4 years to build a team, those days are over with, because now with all TV money and crazy the world is, people want something now without the process of working towards it, and that's just a bad thing with Auburn football. So, Brad, don't go on a suicide watch and don't hurt yourself, but we'll see you next year during the football season. And don't drink too much wine tonight. Have a good one.
So, Anthony says no chance for Auburn to win the Iron Bowl next year. We'll have to we'll mark that down. We'll put that down on the big board here up at JR Sports Bar and Grill in downtown Alexander City. Again, that's what makes it fun.
Quick little story before we head out. Terry Beasley.
Yeah, his wife, I don't know, a lot of people probably read the article on AL.com. He's suffering, obviously, from concussions, and his wife was just talking about how the settlement from the NFL was going to be such a big thing, and they were depending on it and so grateful for it. It was going to be able to help him with medication and just improve his quality of life. But they're obviously appealing it to some degree, and that's kind of the holdup. And she's just talking about how that they're, when you really put a face on these things. I mean, we talk about concussions, we talk about what the problems are, but when you put a face on it, especially a face that we all know and are so fond of, and a guy like Terry Beasley, she just talked about how he's suffering from dementia and really just extreme pain, and all due to the concussions that he suffered. And it just a kind of a sad situation. So, remember Terry Beasley.
Yeah, and if you watched any of those old tapes, I mean, he did take some devastating hits with less than quality equipment that you can tell that they have on, Andy.
No doubt about it. But hopefully that settlement will come for them sooner than later, and maybe his quality of life can be improved dramatically. That's going to do it for us today. Sports Call on the air tomorrow at 4 o'clock. For Randy Lee, I'm Andy Graham saying so long for now. We'll talk again soon.